What's up, guys? It's me, Jetbuster. We're back at it. You know, we chilling. So we're gonna go ahead and continue upon where we left off previously in the story. So, if you guys weren't watching the previous episode, so we just got introduced to Onabra, her name, saying her name correctly, and more or less we're gonna go on a little bit of a journey to get some special crystal stuff, for whatever particular reason. But I did a little bit of research for about 28, maybe 30 quests away from getting to Ishgard. And I really can't wait to get to Ishgard and attempt to see if I can unlock the wonderful Death Knight and see how it feels. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and continue. I'm gonna play this time a little bit on my warrior. Just feel like, you know, playing the warrior suave and eating the crap out of stuff. So let's just go ahead and talk to Minfilia and continue. So, the Instruments of Our Deliverance is the quest that we are on. Since the plan has been devised, Minfilia would have it carried out without further delay. Alright, so here we go. I have already informed Alphanod of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Monbrida described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Jetbuster, and I have that I have faith in you. Faith you will return to us as you always have. All right. Let's go ahead and find Alphanod. Alphanod is way up there. We're going back to Portheus in our adventure there, I guess. A few moments here. Let's start flying out there. Good to see you, Jetbuster. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Elbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the integration of Aline Rowley, he intends to the interrogation of Elaine Rowley in Uda even as we speak. But I shall not distract you for the matter at hand. We can discuss the IV upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say the others are waiting for us at the Etherite after you, Psychon. There, it's ready. Ah, it worked, I think. Try attuning to the etherlight now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Jetbuster. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Ishgard before she summons Shiva. Alright, so it looks like we just attuned to our Atherlite here. Let's go ahead and continue. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Ishgard to our plans. Should be the case, she may attempt to hasten the complication or the completion of the summoning ritual, and after she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I will encourage you to call upon your allies. So may have the reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moon Hydra's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with the knight. I believe he has a message for you and the Sir Aramek, the Temple Knight. Sir, Sire Aramek regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read to you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Jetbuster, the warrior of light, savior of yours or your deeds, this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Helon bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Excuse me. So it looks like we are doing a dungeon. We're doing the Aka Afan Amphitheater. Don't know what that is, but get at it. I really like her outfit. I really do. Like, I want this gear for, like, I just wish it was a full-sided cape. If it was a full-sided cape like that, with that plating and stuff, I would definitely use it for one of my characters. Hands down. Oh, this guy has the Paladin Knightish armor. That's pretty cool. And I'm just running around in my wonderful gear as a warrior. Hey, a fisher. We got 2 tanks. So far, we need 2 healers and DPS. Just chilling here with the fishermen. We found 2 extra DPS so far. What character class have we not really tried that actually is maybe our personal type of playstyle? So we like Warrior, we like Paladin. Gunbreaker just doesn't have that kick in my personal preference from a sound effect standpoint. Monk is fun, but is just too much to try to play with right now. Bard is fun. I don't understand Summoner, even though I boosted Summoner. I really want to get Black Mage. Blow up everything. But I really want Machinist, is what I really want. That would be pretty cool to play Machinist. See how it feels. Waiting for healers and some more DPS. Be chillin'. Yes. Let's get it. Come on, DPSs. Nice. A light party. Full party. Here's this wonderful chick of ours.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Shiva. Ever so elegant. Always a sight for seeing in any game. I am sorry, home slaves, but you must die. on, Shiva. Oh, wow. Oh, that was just beautiful cinematic. Ah, that was just amazing. I don't even care about like the fight itself, other than the fact that she just did that. That was impressive. I ain't gonna lie. I would love to fight her on like extreme or savage mode and just see how it feels. Ah, that was so cool. Just right at the end, she just snapped her fingers and everything just went boom, man. Love it. Beautiful cinematic on that. For an animation, I should say, for an ability.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Was that her voice?
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
By the 12. You're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? No faith whatsoever. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that? Are you Draven Dravanians are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known cause hallucinations. You see, no, fair enough. I was only asking. You ask me. There's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the rising sun, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to the White Front and speak with Alphanat. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you, hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything. No? Lord Vision? Oh, no reason. See you again. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. No faith at all, huh? None. I'll run all the way upstairs. There he is, and none of the worst of wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory if you would be so kind. And we are too late to preventing the summoning, but not too late to prevent further loss of life and outcome worthy of celebration, and one of which we have Jetbuster to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Aramek. Oh, we should be content with what we have accomplished. I am for one could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is a matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Dromont, is the cavern ready? Or the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that, I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies that heretics stole from the house of Fort Camp's cavern? Less the crystals which compromised the bulk of the shipment, yes, scarcely a fraction of which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, Jetbuster, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in weird ways. Pray do not think less of them. Or less of him, excuse me. Okay. Alright. I want to swap back. I don't know why, but I am getting the vibe that I want to play Almighty Paladin. I'm hoping I'm gonna enjoy Death Knight. I really am. I do hope. I'm unable to apply plates here. plates here. Unable to apply climber plates here. Okay. I have a restriction. What do you mean I have restrictions? I have my soul crystal equipped. What's the problem, guys? I don't understand. Not worried about it. What were you thinking, Jetbuster? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory, which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway, and then engaging the abomination in mortal combat by the Fury, Jetbuster. 'Tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side? Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of my dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. Sigh, but you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Ermic wished to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private, so he awaits you. He waits us in the intercessory. Okay, let's go talk to. Okay, please enter without having issues.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefon, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
eyes unclouded. For one reason, to celebrate, Alphanod looks rather grim. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of primal threat and our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this reaches Imperial ears. The Guardian Empire believes that primals are an unsufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well, any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garmon. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Jeppa, sir, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mordana. Okay, back to Mordana, guys. So we take down Shiva. Shiva's predecessor, or whatever, is still alive. And we are on a very interesting dialect with the Ishgardian people so far. And we found out that primals can be summoned without needing special tribes and all this other miscellaneous stuff. That sounds very, yeah. I don't know how else to really respond to that. Glamours are unavailable to equipment due to equipment restrictions. Okay, so you can get glamour all of this, but when I want to change to Paladin, you don't want to change the gear. Glamours are unavailable due to equipment restrictions. Okay, I feel like I'm being like straight up lied to here. I should be able to equip this stuff. I don't understand what the dumb restriction is. How can you previously work and now you don't want to work? I didn't make any other crazy modifications. Unable to apply glamour plates here. Flat out lie. I wore them all yesterday and then some in between.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
Ah, goodness gracious, guys. Crazy.
Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Curthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglemog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I mean to scour the knolls for knowledge of Misgardum. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside? Would you see it all is amiss? Wonderful. Yeah, but sir, it is well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Raleigh has escaped. It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed into a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. It is plain as she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Raleigh quitting the city via the Gate of Nod with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Modernum, I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Escape as we speak. Captain Elbert and the first are hot upon Rasuli's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Blue Frog and join the hunt. Now we gotta go on a hunting spree. We just killed this person? Like, I'm getting tired of trying to hunt this person down. Like, she just needs to die already. If she doesn't come to terms to surrender, we might as well just kill her. Move on with life. It's that simple. Over. Thanks for coming, Cyan. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Raleigh walked to the camp not a bell ago. Excuse me, I got the hiccups, guys. Aye, she walked right through. You did not miss here. We have Rubidon's decision to keep the matter secret. To thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made an attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Raleigh must be not allowed to reach Castrum Durium. Alright guys. We're going all the way over there. Was with Rasulie. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. The goddamn harpy with me, Cyan. We almost have her. Kill her, please. Kill them all. Find her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames, people looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. Or what would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. Aye. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plights, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me as a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Rubalan himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion, yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate they threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? It is true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth. It is true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, Marshal, you sold your comrades. In life, if life has taught me one thing, is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Udal to face justice and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Not so much as a hint of remorse, sighed as well that this sword business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Rudon chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Captain Elbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our friends directly to General Renan, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and raise memorabilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Rolly in high regard, for better or worse. She will want to know how this tale ends.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Eline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Hebrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, What if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Yeah.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident of the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the dark beings call the one true God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash.
What an interesting subject.
We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more Primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Vorissos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves, for a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both Royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
I'm most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that the Saint Shiva will now be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Psychons of the Seven Dawn. Some days, I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we all have the resources we need to address them in turn. Yet, in particular, is ever a steadying hand who I trust will continue to support the Braves. What do we owe the pleasure? Have there been future developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Tajani Jadani and his monastery's ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Finally, General Rubinon needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer their support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Morbidon's research is proceeding as planned? So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Uranger is poring over his tombs at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing to their own ways. Alas, the key problem of how to form an Atherlite blade at will remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Yep, sir. While we focus on the task, mayhap you could assist Alphanaud and his Braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Aurel's latest report. He is proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others which kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Dawn's riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Pleasure as always, Shipbuster. You be escorting the commander to Ulda, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine, we've been making inquiries into the source, the weapons, what found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught a wind of something promising, a rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketer holed up near High Bridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not have clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to my mind that the merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Shipbuster, don't it? Generous fellow. He was doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketer as well as his clients. What you say, Shipbuster? Then it is settled. Ravenous with Captain Elbert at High Bridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Uda. I expect good tidings. Oh, what a wonderful expedition. Back to Uda we go. Or Thornland, whatever you want to call it. This guy, look at him. A bat, priceless. Alright. Let's continue on this epic journey. Shipbuster, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black markets here, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Lawfell needn't have dispatched you either. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. I've found one in you. It says indeed natural that he would come to rely upon without hesitation. Now then, we should take for the burning wall without delay and secure these weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients don't escape with Shipbuster. Unable to apply glamour plates here. I don't get why I cannot apply my glamour blades here. Please tell me why I cannot apply my glamour blades. But yet I can do it for this whole set. Intriguing. Don't make a bit of sense. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should never have come here. Really? Really? Oh, would you? Sir, do not understand. We'll whack everything with one hit. Hey. Off to the next. I don't understand. What's this all about? What? What's going on down here? As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Lawfell will be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity, wasted. As for the clients, though we know how, they slip past our perimeter at present. The first is currently tracking a party of dusk white cell swords. We suspect maybe them. With that we could have had enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons, yet even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Okay. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskwhite cell swords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Buddha in my stead. Entrust them to the third's use haste. He will take care of the rest. Back to Uda we go for the 100 and billionth time. Uda, you have so many problems. It's unreal. Oh, it is unreal. Here's Guild. Do I have knife. Ah, the Warrior of Light. I have a reliable friend to the Crystal Blaze. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance at Corthias. Now, what brings you to us this day? Take this stuff and get rid of it. Gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Elbert, you say? Understood. Once you've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. It cannot be everything, can it? Roll stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood, clearly. Roll is unfamiliar with the ways of Uldan merchants. Whoever strive to present themselves as greater than they are, should be thankful that this information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the Carlium processing plant. Time for the forts to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, and for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. That was easy. Yep, but sir, word if you please. Yeah. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Hey. Out of nowhere, Ryul starts appearing and starting to do things. How intriguing. What does he want is the question. We shall find out. Better tune this thing up. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for indulging me requests. A few places better than a mark for privacy. I find all the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk whites they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail, but you never saw them yourself. Not before the fighting started, and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boast. Our information was reliable. God damn it, I know he purchased those weapons. As if never deciphered a pointy lender's books or handed to follow a transaction back to the source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started. Believe me, the commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking Yo from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and the third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, my friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best to get get back to it. Yeah, Buster, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested. The Rising Souls. Please come. Come and see me as soon as you are able. Tataru! Let's go see our little epic midget person epicness. Let's go see good old Tataru. Everybody keeps on wanting my attention, but I don't know where to be. Hello, Tataru, what's going on? Thank you for coming so quickly, Jetbuster. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most determined lady by all indications. Okay. Who is it? Rising Cronus. Rising Chorus. Tataru seems eager to escort you to the solar. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? So, what's going on here? Who is here to see us? Ah, Lucia. Our lovely knight.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
Oh boy.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Sure, bro. I'll gladly accept.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Oh, no. It's about to go down, battling the dragons. Such an interesting and enticement that I shall enjoy. Forgive me if I state what you already know, but I wasn't sure that you understand the nature of your destination. As you understated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Argius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, at the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Balazar attempted to seize control of Mordana. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Miss Gardzadorm, legendary guardian of Silver Tear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silver Tear Sky, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Argius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship Cerium engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, where the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silver Tear Falls into the desolate wasteland as wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for malms around. Yet, a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Aramek's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. If you would wish to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do. So, what do I gotta go do now? Take on some dragons? Is that what's going on now? First, you want me to take on Shiva. I kill Shiva's first summoning. Now you want me to go take on a dragon. Like, sounds like not just a dragon, but dragons. You'll find out. That's all I know. All I know is I'm about ready to lay some, hammer down on some stuff. Oh, hello. Look at you and all your fancy weapons. There's so much stuff that needs to be done. But a mere people of the world do not know. Alright, let's continue here. Boy. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Late, I've seen small airships, likely the Casham Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something in the wreckage. Cash and supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then, the Ishgardians honestly fear the worm might rise again. Well, from here, that seems rather unlikely, but if it's an assurance they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Argius, then climb up to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. It's dungeon time, boys. Like we're going in this dungeon. Keeper of the Lake. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and look here. Quest are we on? I don't know what quest we're on, guys. In memory of Mumbra. We've already done that. Okay, we just finished that one. I do not know where we're at. Oh, okay, we're on the Rising Chorus. We have so much stuff to do. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We have 20 quests left to go. More quests to go before we can actually continue with getting to Ishgard. quite a while ago, guys. I don't know what we're gonna do. What is there to do? 20 quests. That's 20 basic quests. Let's hoping that we don't have to go to any other miscellaneous adventure. Sitting here waiting for healers and everything, guys. Really nothing else I can honestly do right now. Alright guys, what to do in the meantime? guys. Keeper of the lake. Activating tick. Commencing. That was cool. I don't know what just happened, but that was really cool. That damage. 1,300. Go. Oh no. Died. Oh. Only can do so much. got? A freaking Gatling gun. Keeps on picking up weapons. First he got like a freaking Gatling gun, now he's got like a cluster cannon of some sort. Big ginormous cannon. Oh bro, chill man. The alarm has been silent. Hard, man. Check gunship. Alright. What's this? Gunship. Dude. Okay, no dragons. Dead.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet? Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Midgard Siomar still alive in spirit. Okay, so nothing on those fish. That would sick. Would painful. At the same time. Oh my god. private. Crazy how much damage this guy is dishing out. Playing a dungeon is literally by far the most fun I've ever had in a very, very long time. It's the most
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. 7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
Whoa.
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Dragon? Oh, did that just happen? What's happening? Oh no, the shield, is it down? The gift fading? Oh no.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Why? Why did you take it away?
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
You may summon Miss Garden by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide under character in the main menu. Now summon Miss Guardium minion. Fathers of dragons, keepers of the lake, bane of the 7th Legion. While it is difficult to believe that the young pup could be of any of these things, he assures you his current form is only temporary while he awaits the resurrection of a new corpusal vessel. Behavior independent. Oh, I have a pet now. But you took away my gift. Like, I don't get it. I was beginning to fear the worst. Oh, were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphanod left a message saying that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Destroyed our gift. In order for his selfish deeds to be reborn. I don't understand. He had all that hard work in order to get all those crystals, and now they're just depleted, they're gone. And our protection spells also seems to be destroyed. Also some crazy promise between him and Hydaelyn. Praise is told that you are a hero and all. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Aramic's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it, then I would hear your report. First with Mega Garstone Thorn, my square. For anyone else to make such a claim, I would regret it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Warlord did not perish and he and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection of more a rejuvenation, for he who dwells in eternity, years passing at moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Really, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Aramic immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Miss Gardner's in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Saramac's emissary, you may leave that to me. You may remain here now. Here for now. Something's not right, man. Is there something you're not telling us, Shipbuster? You seem different somehow. It's almost as if you are missing something important. FF14 Ishgard stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? See, it is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. Beggars believe that any being could possess the power to deprive you of your blessing. Miss Gardasom made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silver Tear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so did the Great Wyvern. Athlik and Nymeria, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Isgardiums ever watch over the source from which all water and magic were said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and was not the gods but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves and do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Great, so I got a random little fairy dragon following me wherever I go now.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
That's not cool, man.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and proper. Yet, regardless of how strong their magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Ishgardians who roared, a call to arms by one of the first blood cannot be ignored, or the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do not but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ether on demand. Yeah, I forgot. I believe Moonbride has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall bubble me along once I've completed my communications with Crystal Graves. Oh boy, oh boy. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the cellar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straightway to the processing plant. The Fort have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wellred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Elbert at our headquarters in Uda. I shall take command of all of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you will support the front lines. Yeah, guys, we're getting ready to go do some crazy aetherite stuff, and I don't have my shield. I don't have my protection. Your duties take you to Northern Darnland, do they not? Too, must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Falamin travels to Uda, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and controlled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of our friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. In past events have taught us anything that we know that Eorzea must present a united front when we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Alcilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I now stand at her side, and not only as a mother, but also as a colleague with influential connections. But I fear that Uda has become a place of danger, even for one so familiar with her streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, lady. Oh man. I shall be well protected, it seems. So shall we be on our way then? On demand. While I'm teleporting, I'm curious where we're at. Oh my gosh. We have so many more to go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 13, 18. We still have 19 to go. Quests are not going exactly fast enough. Ulrid, Commander Lawful sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your towns is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation. I do have heard returning to the task at hand. The Flames Renaissance Scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Rakan's bush. Such a force is likely interested in getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. Galleons could begin marching on us at any time. Praise me, Lieutenant Eldestein, that one might need more strategy. Meantime, I will inform the others that you can ride. No doubt it will be multiple times. Private Jet, my soldiers tell tales of your deeds during Operation. With time, you could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. Civilian draughtsmen you see across several highly suspicious graves within the boundary of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were boxes containing powerful explosive devices of Imperial design less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat from the camp. Meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army, and we once again ask for your help. Keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the Renaissance report that just came in, the squads seem even casual or too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault to focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Coastal Braves. They're decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have raised your fellow scions of the situation, and I am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray and report to Lieutenant Aliani and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offense. And a counter-offense. Okay, so this is actually going pretty much quicker now. These miscellaneous quests, yeah. Oh, I forgot I have my little dragon buddy following me. Glad to have you with us, shipper, sir. As I'm sure Lieutenant Aldenstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Casternum Meridium. Their main column assembles to the north near Helmut's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Elbert. Scion, I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with what the Garleans might provide them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, hold up, so I marched them out here to fully holes in the plant's defenses and their number to your counterattack. Reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Twas be the best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take the fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third, then Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out on the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Usain. His scouts should have enough idea on where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Oh, she uses an axe. Well now. Oh my gosh, I love this Moonbreak person. She's got such a cool axe. I want it now. Jealous. Okay, 1 second, guys. Alright guys, let's continue this extravaganza adventure. I gotta hurry up and get to where we need to be. Alright, continue the main story, try out the new classes. Move on from there. Heck, the dragon's laying on my shoulder. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations irrevocably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, the detached force we've been seen to illuminate has split into smaller squads. The better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine we'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and to make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. Well, Revenants are back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Nice. Okay. One area. That's it. Get out of my way. Anything else? Going now. Next location. Your incoming landing, personal attack. Good. You've seen Grimstein. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Guardians won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I ever had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the fort and let Lieutenant Aliani know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Aldenstein. I'm a little dragon lad. Buddy. Sit on my shoulder while I'm in this road. He does. Okay. Jet, what news of the Galarians? Their raiding parties are no more? Then excellent. The Malja engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. A uninvited ASEAN. Lieutenant Aldenstein appears concerned for Morblind's well-being. You must be anxious for the word of your fellows. Lieutenant Aliana has reported a found victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, the Rogadan lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what tasks keep her returning to civilization, but Northern Donallands is no place to wander alone. Even for a capable sort such as her, I would certainly feel better about things if you would check in on her before you continue. Wonderful. So now we're gonna go deal with the scene. straight at the crystal. Just as I suspect. Get out of here. Get off my home slice. You. And dude, your axe is freaking amazing. Oh my gosh, I want that axe so bad. Just give me your whole set and I'd be happy. Yeah.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Crazy, excuse me.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
You need to go stop them from getting Swaz's special staff. That's already broken. What is in that staff that is so drastically important? Alright, Miss Gardstrom, it's your job to do something, bro. It's gone. Oh my gosh.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Hebrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Crystal's not available. Oh my goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, another dungeon, boys. Another dungeon. Alright, boys. Question is, what to do now? We have to wait for the queue either way. Don't have our crystal powers. I do not know what to do. This is the ultimate question. What do we do? What do we do? Favorite character right here. I don't know what to do. Sit by the fire? As we question our very coexistence and everything. Breda. I wish I could heal you right now. I feel bad. Wow, everybody's gone. Got training dubbies and everything. Got armor. Tons of kegs of resources. More training dummies. We gotta save her again. Boy, I may not have my holy light powers, but let me tell you, I will give you a big beatdown. Oh, we're about ready to go. Shield down. Let's go. Coward. Run from me, home slice. Because you know you're getting a beating. Utter nonsense. Stop. Come on, bro, bring the shield down. There you go, good little puppy. Ooh, look at that, 1700. That was pretty cool. Come on, bro. Run for me. Wait, what? Come on, bro. Come back down. Let's fight. Whoa, what in the world is that? I do not know what's going on. Empowerment, activate, destroy. Critical hits. Oh. Nice, we got him. Yeah, boy. Owned him like a boss. Nice, get me out of here. Continue on with the story.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
Use Tup Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger, you damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Never have I seen your anger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Shiralian manor to celebrate Morbiad's life and mourn her passing. Rado. Our favorite character pretty much is gone. Why? Why? In memory of Moonbreeder. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 quests left, guys. 15. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlian, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It's a monument found in Wraith Frost and is sacred to Thalik, a guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dearest friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Oh my goodness gracious. I wanted her axe, I wanted everything that she had in that fancy weapon. It was a cool axe that she had, her whole armor set, everything. And one of our favorite characters is gone. Just like that. Where's our destination? Man, oh man.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
That's just sad, man. She wasn't even that long in the story, but yes, she was such a promising character. Like, man. And we got this stupid little dragon talking in our ear. Like a freaking fairy from, you know, Zelda. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedents does my job to be a pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Jetbuster? Yes, I agree. Finish the quest. It is as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis the pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisa, Moonbreda, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. It is for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of my own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Jetbuster. There is no other to whom I display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Mask of Grief. Minfilia has a request to make of you. Have you a moment? I believe he had a wish to word with you. I have considered it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreda's passing, and my heart aches to see her downcast. Oh my goodness. Now the next chick that needs assistance. I mean, at least it's Yeda. I mean, Yeda's pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, it's Jetbuster, great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive with science, just hard, you know. Thing is, I know Moen would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rona a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. Trouble is, I find Rona a bit difficult at the best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Raised Frost. Okay. Go do this. Not mine doing. If it helps poor Yeda, shall help Yeda. Our mixed martial artist. Kung Fu fighter. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldridge trinket to trade? That you've got running errands now, sort? Them scions really know how to make the most of your towns, don't they? Send in the savior of Eorza to be bleeding the market. Find use on your time. It is. Seriously though, you best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what is it you were asking to pick up? The Moon Daisy, was it? Here, then take it and tell that Yeda lass got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace the downed eel mask of hers. Gods knows she needs to. Rona can be so annoying. Just she will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists to replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it, it's just fine the way it is. She says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Rada loved these, you know. I hope that somehow she knows I'm still looking for her, or still thinking of her. Excuse me.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
our song riseth to a crescendo.
Oh no.
Is that what I think it is?
Exactly what you think it is.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Wonderful. Not even in Ishgard yet, guys. And we keep on hearing crescendos and songs and all this other jibber jabber fanciness that what's his face keeps on talking about. The dragons are getting pissed off. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn that Rada's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Portheus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear reports. Entrance of Fishgard. Envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such a short notice. The time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly, you come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Eremic himself sailed forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own, too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. Paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the forward. Sir Eremic will need you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Portheus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our cause to their leaders? Oh, how the tides have turned! Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. We need say no more. Considering our past doings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. By the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how promising. I see, very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present with your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aramic's authority in this manner and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you. Warrior of Light, the Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows involved. You faced Midgard's and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. Wear the mantle of hero well. It would seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seeking me out when you arrived, it was there. How the tides have turned. Now you want our assistance, Ishgard. Because you're getting ran over by a freight train of dragons because of something that one of your so-called leaders did in the past. What in the world is going on? Not you again.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Kidding me, girl? Oh, she just wiped out the shield.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh, well, this just got real, boys. It's got really real. Oh my. Defenders of Ishgard. So while we're teleporting here, I just want to see how much further we got. We have got so many more quests to go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Technically, 13 quests to go. My goodness. And we just literally got on the verge of massive nonsense. It seems I was swifter, Jetbuster. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmuring about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Wonderful. Question the knights at the gates of judgment. Oh my goodness. We're getting to the entrance of Fishgard, guys. The truth is being slowly unfolded. Brother Bowman. gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layers of Ishgard's magical wards. In the first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Terhug's Temple Knight. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the mere freeze within my bones. A dragoon. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy and be cutting them down one by one. Trembling Temple Knight. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. It seemed the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Science, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We changed to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought to investigate the cause. You have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aramek awaits you. Oh, goodness gracious. The doors are open. Oh my goodness. Arms roar. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Harchenhoff will know where Sir Aramek means to receive us. Of course, he's going to be in the one location of all locations. No location that is not generically unknown. He's going to be in the facility like normal. Oh, gosh, man. Easy, what's going on right now? It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend, one whose homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and will greet you in the intercessory. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Alright guys, let's go. To the intercessory we go again. For I don't know how many times we have been in this facility. Get out of the way, little dragon buddy. Greetings, sir. Shall we go inside? Yes. Or is he just sitting there? Thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lord, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yet we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphanat, I think it's more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. But before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Einstein. This bad boy. Hello. Who are you? Holy moly. Haha, dragoon! May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? Impressive title. Though I confess, I know precise little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors, all yet even among such masters of the lance, Einstein is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of the dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. Flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If ever I was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will at last be at ease. Jetbuster, I did not come to challenge you this day. Well, now that we have been introduced, let us proceed in the matter of at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Ishard's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. Seemed the Lady Ishard and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Navon's stolen eye. In Hog, one of the 7 great worms. Its name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrith, the beast is said to have terrorized Corthius since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from the gods' relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrith plucked from the bested skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nahag, the dread creature would be restored to the height of its strength. And then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son has waged war. Voice of Ishgard. My vengeful son has waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have given their loyalty to the Holy See. But thou stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde and an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons adore, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true for the great worms. They who spend centuries in the slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It had been 20 years since Nagad had darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses, and now, just as he seemed primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Ishard is in league with the creature then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know that the heretics covet the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend Ishgard's protections. It is a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem you have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the keeper of the lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Anya. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I take no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow for Ishgard to fall. Having raised our city to the ground, the horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dervania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Corthius would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole providence of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Corthius. That would even now have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordana, 7 hells. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Ermic. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel. I have become the vessel of Nahag's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not. I am in full control of my faculties. I assure you. And the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wherever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nahag's voice. And the worm who roared was Nahag. He means to hurl his horde against Dafian's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the Rime has summoned his minions to war. The circumstances are far from ideal. This desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Ermac was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's own is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard and to outsiders, I suspect this softened the Holy See's attitude towards cooperation comes in something bittersweet victory. Days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. What is this next quest? Committed to the cause. Oh my goodness, guys. So many more quests to go. If we are able to aid the Ishgardians in the war of theirs, preparations will have to be made soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the Antecedent. Oh my goodness gracious, I have to keep on going back to this woman. Why can't I just use the freaking pearl and tell her, hey, look, this is the situation, get your butt in here. Like, goodness gracious. All the way back to tell her to come back out.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to plead Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphanai. For you, my friend, different tasks await. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Portheus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Brief Slopmore of the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might make its way over the walls. I only hope that much precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tatu accompany you? She has a talent for administration and firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Preparation this, preparation that, preparation this to protect this, preparation for that. rather close to Corthius, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Jetbuster. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaffmore. Oh, God. It's after the Dragon Slayer. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 11 quests left to go, guys. 11 quests in order to get this done. This has been the most time-consuming introduction to get to the end that I have ever done. I appreciate the warning. If war was coming to Corthius, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding a room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return to the favor. But as far as rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this stage. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she wills. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Great, so now I'm going to go on a wonderful extravaganza to go ahead and recruit these people, just like I recruited a whole bunch of other people previously. Good God. Let's get started, shall we? We have a ton to rouse. I guess. Or again. Of course. An accomplished adventurer. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay away from Ishgard. Ah, my goodness, we're gonna get denied. What do you want from me now? Let me guess, Ygritte is something of a bad person. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need ye to cast your mind back to the scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. I laid far from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrid was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. That ain't all. All around the Wilrid stopped turning up for duty. Then black market weapons went missing from the vault in Ulda. Now, of course, half the braves suspect that the lad are making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you both know, it's no more a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and grain company veterans. The only thing as binds us together is the same vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilrid's fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't that type. And then, as this is just between you and me, find there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something where he noticed in the ledges. Something about the Braves numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet be good eye it ain't a young Wilred. Any road, you've got a war to wage, and also let you get on. I just thought someone should know I'd be seeing you, Jetbuster. These problems. Adept adventure. You gonna help us or no? So Ishgard seeks sell swords to bolster his ranks, although I'm not sure I like the sound of the stage. Those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's soul. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Well, these my tanks. It's full. Better than nothing. Services in the defense of Ishgard, I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them the blind. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in pursuit of fortune than huddle behind an ice wall. Huh. Wow. Wow. Where is this person? Like, where are you? Way up here. Starry Adventurer. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me a fair share if the coin was good. I'd work for one of them nights before, you know, watch me like a bloody hockey did. Still, I'd put up with the worst than for a heavy purse. Thank you. Such an extraordinary adventure. Back in time. There you are, Joseph. So, did you get any hearts? One or two? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slopard's friends. We have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant Souls veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights. Allied perspective. Tatru has a message for you in Alphanot. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot that there's been word from Alpha. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convincing conveying it without to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Uda, or you'll be late. Alphanot said that he will meet you on the road promenade. Oh my gosh, so now we're gonna go off and hear this stupid person go off and plead her case and state that she doesn't want to do this anymore and that she's just banning everything in order to restore to the people. And this is the worst timing possible because of the fact that we have to go fight and assist Ishgard. Oh my god. The worst timings. How did I not see this coming? My apologies for calling you away from your task. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations with later at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience has prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Yo, cutscene time.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems I have conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inimaginable danger. But fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Harshcroft and Sir Ermac in their fate. To their fate. We must abide to the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Oh my gosh. Captain Elbert, what's news? The assault has begun. We haven't but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durande at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and the Duranian horde are and descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Depusar, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Fate. Report first to Sir Marcine at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Wow. And an allied perspective. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright guys. We're gonna stop it for here. It's just time consuming. We've been playing for what? Almost 5 hours now. And like we're still not at Ishgard. To be honest with you guys, I think this has like been the longest campaign I've ever been through that has felt a little bit groggy. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of weird. But like story is good. Story is amazing. Okay? It is amazing. But going through almost 100 quests just to get to this point, it is mind-boggling, you know? Like, so the moment that you finish a Realm Reborn, you go through the story, you go through almost 100 quests in order to get to Ishgard. I'm approximately 10 quests away from finishing it. 10 quests, guys. What do you think about that? 10 quests, and we've been bouncing around back and forth. We've lost our legendary powers for defense from the Holy Crystal chick, and now we're running rampant in order to finish this. Crazy. Oh, and then on top of that, a whole bunch of side miscellaneous quests that honestly have probably just completely irrelevancy at this point. I feel like the stuff that we're doing now is just, it's filler. Like it feels like it's a filler. The dragon story is good. Don't get me wrong. I don't understand why we broke our shield, but I guess it was a promise to the Holy Crystal chick for whatever particular reason. Probably because of the fact that if he didn't destroy the crystals and stuff like that, maybe they would be used against us. I really don't know. I really don't know what to think, but it's definitely been a long journey coming. But we're gonna go get ready to go park and gain some more XP. But yeah, guys, I think that's about it. Honestly, like I really don't know what else to say, other than let me see if my gear sets are gonna work. Gear sets still aren't working. I don't get why my gear sets are not working. Alright, we're here, but like I don't get why glamours are unavailable due to equipment restrictions. I don't know where the equipment restrictions are. 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 I don't know where the Oh, would you look at that? All of it's able to work in here. Hold on. I really don't get what equipment restrictions you have. I don't know. It's working now. I'm not even going to question it. But alright, guys, I am out. You guys have a good night. Try not to do anything too crazy. But yeah. Later.